So of course, yesterday, the first part of yesterday's session was where we went through the current trends in the UK and around demographics. And the latest figures that we had at the time were for 2023. However, literally yesterday morning, ONS produced the figures for 2024. So I thought it would be helpful to just quickly go through some of the headlines, and it may take a little bit of time, but hopefully either Friday or early next week, we'll be together for some training next week as well. I'll update the slides with the new figures, but there are some really interesting figures to come out of the latest Owen report. So I'll just go through some of the headliners. So we mentioned yesterday that roughly in 2023, around 6 million adult smokers in the UK, around 11.9% smoking prevalence. In 2024, ONS say, according to the annual population survey, around 5.3 million smokers, and that equates to a 10.6 percent smoking prevalence. So a really huge reduction really in the smoking rate between 2023 and 2024. I think that's the largest reduction that we've seen year on year, certainly since they started with these records in 2011. In terms of demographics, so there isn't too much of a change in terms of the kind of overall trend of demographics. So the age group 25 to 34 years continues to have the highest proportion of current smokers. I think we mentioned yesterday it was around 14% or so in 2023. It's now 12.6% smoking prevalence amongst 25 to 34-year-olds. Yeah, 18 to 24 years had the largest reduction of smoking prevalence. Really interestingly, so that there are two surveys really that they report on to create this report, the annual population survey and the opinions and lifestyle survey. According to the opinions and lifestyle survey, for the first time ever, e-cigarette use is actually more prevalent than smoking now. They say around 5.4 million adults aged 16 or over currently use an e-cigarette daily, overtaking around 4.9, around 5 million current smokers. So that's a really interesting point, and we will talk about e-cigarettes in the next part of training as well. Just a little bit more about demographics. So yeah, Kensington and Chelsea is still one of the boroughs below the kind of national average for England. Westminster is still over the average. So again, quite a significant difference between the smoking rates between the two boroughs that we're working in your contract. Let's have a look. Yeah, we've spoken about age group. In terms of socioeconomic status, so yeah, the highest smoking prevalence is still routine and manual socioeconomic status. So they have a smoking rate of 18.8%, so a slight reduction from 20%, which we quoted before. Managerial and professional, 6.5% smoking rate. So that's reduced quite a lot. But you can actually see from this graph, this is actually quite helpful to see in terms of the changes in smoking rate from 2014 to 2024. Again, routine and manual have seen a really significant reduction in smoking rate in the last 10 years compared to intermediate and managerial and professional. Again, still the largest number of smokers, largest prevalence of smokers are amongst those reporting no qualifications compared to those with a degree or equivalent. So yeah, hopefully just kind of interesting to hear about that. This is really fresh off the press, and I will review the slides before sending them over to you after the training with these updated figures. So hopefully that's okay. Any questions there at all? No, no. Hopefully that's just interesting to hear, and uh, one of the first people to hear it from us. So that's really good. And we'll go back to the slides and just have a bit of an overview of what we plan to cover today. So hopefully the slides should be appearing very shortly. So we got through most of the day one of training yesterday. We do just have a few sections to complete. So the first part of today's training will be to have a look at e-cigarettes as a tobacco cessation aid. We'll also look at prescription only medications as well. We'll then probably pause for a break after we finished this section of training, and then after we pause for a break, we're going to move on to professional practice. So we'll talk about what considerations or what features we have in our stop smoking services to support people to quit smoking. We'll talk about incident reporting, clinical governance, and a few other areas of professional practice. And we'll have a look at assessing readiness to quit and assessing dependency as well. So that's what we'll aim to cover this morning, and this afternoon we'll cover behaviour change. There. So we finished off on nicotine replacement treatment. So let's find the slides for e-cigarettes. So let's get straight into it, everyone. So e-cigarette use, we know, has grown considerably. So again, over 5 million adults in the UK currently use e-cigarettes as a smoking cessation tool. Are e-cigarettes safe to use as an alternative to tobacco products? So what are our thoughts on e-cigarettes? Do we have any concerns about e-cigarettes, or do we think, yes, no, it's a really good kind of safe option for those wanting to stop smoking? What do we reckon around e-cigarettes? Yeah, I'll come to Tuber in a moment. Merrick, yeah, you've got your hand up.
I just think e-cigarettes, I think they, yeah, under the, like Tuba says, under right
Mhm.
now, they seem to
Yeah.
be safe. But my worry with them is that it actually turns out that they are a bit like cigarettes, where in
Mhm.
the beginning, they were all over F1
Mhm.
cars, for instance, and all over
Yeah.
that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And now then you find out that there's a chemical that makes you grow an extra ear or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, so
Yeah.
it's like
Yeah.
it's just right now it's safe because it's hasn't done a lot of research in
Mhm.
that sense. But that's just my only worry, is that later
Yeah.
on we find out that
Yeah.
it's actually not as safe as
Mhm.
people think.
Yeah. No, it is really valid to have those kind of thoughts, those kind of what if thoughts about what we may learn in the future. And I think absolutely, as you say, Mo, that goes to Tuba's point around, yeah, the current guidelines are that it is safer than using tobacco. And Vanessa, yeah, e-cigarettes are kind of similar to nicotine replacement therapy. So in terms of what we know right now, so the last kind of substantial research into e-cigarette use was the Cochrane review on e-cigarette use for smoking cessation. That was published pretty much exactly a year ago now, and they assessed e-cigarette use short and medium term. So e-cigarette use up to 2 years. And they found that there's high certainty evidence that nicotine e-cigarettes are more effective than traditional nicotine replacement therapies like patches and gum in helping people to quit smoking. People using nicotine e-cigarettes were more likely to stop smoking for at least 6 months compared to those using NRT or non-nicotine e-cigarettes. Data suggests that if 6 in 100 quit using NRT, 8 to 12 would quit using e-cigarettes. So there's growing evidence that e-cigarettes are actually more effective than NRT. There's moderate certainty evidence that the rate of adverse events, adverse reactions, is similar between nicotine e-cigarettes and other cessation methods. So no significant difference between prescription-only medications and NRT. And no serious risks were detected for use up to 2 years. But absolutely, some risks may emerge, whether it's flavorings, impurities, metals from devices, or overheated e-liquids. So those are absolutely hypothetical kind of worries that, absolutely may come through. But certainly when we are speaking to our participants, we are encouraging e-cigarettes as a tool to stop smoking, not necessarily to continue using e-cigarettes for years and years and years. So there's high certainty evidence that e-cigarettes are more effective than some of the other methods, and we may have some thoughts around that. And for up to 2 years of use, there's no significant increase in the risk of adverse events than when compared with nicotine replacement treatment and other stop smoking aids. So I suppose those are the headliners for now. When I've attended conferences where they've mentioned this before, of course, that they do say, follow the evidence as it is right now, not necessarily hypothetical things that may or may not happen in the future. Of course, we can use our support over 12 weeks on our services to encourage participants to, once they quit, once they particularly reach that 4-week assessment point, to consider titrating, reducing their dose of nicotine within their e-cigarettes so that they don't become dependent on using e-cigarette in the future. However, having said that, we would rather someone at the moment continues to use an e-cigarette than risk return to tobacco smoking. So those are some of the kind of headliners at the moment. There is, I'm sure I'll come on to it, there is some research. So the government recently or earlier this year commissioned a 10 million research program, which is going to assess e-cigarette use from within young people over a period of 10 years. So hopefully that will give us better evidence in terms of the long-term use, because at the minute, when I do this training, when I'm having conversations with practitioners and things like that, at the moment it does seem like you're kind of piecing bits of information together. So it will be so nice just to have a report, hopefully a robust report in the future that we can have confidence in, that tells us that absolutely smoking is less harmful than smoking. We'll talk about some obvious reasons why we should think that, but those are just some of the headliners. In terms of perception of harm, so 50% of smokers incorrectly currently believe, with the evidence that we have to hand, that vaping is more or as harmful than smoking. Yet, even though for pregnant participants, e-cigarettes aren't a first line option, they should still be encouraged if they want to use an e-cigarette. NICE advised stop smoking services should support the use of nicotine-containing vaping products as an alternative to tobacco use and provide behavioural support alongside that. In some cases, e-cigarettes can be used along NRT. We don't do that on our services at the moment. So, the options are either prescription-only medication or NRT patches plus the oral products that we mentioned yesterday, or e-cigarettes. So at the moment, we don't combine treatments on our services. Yeah, so I won't mention that last point because it's not relevant for our service, but there is growing evidence around combining treatments, and there may be some innovation to come into our services in the future regarding that point. Um, so yeah, according currently to the Office for Health Improvement, or OHID, one of the main kind of government kind of health organizations, their position also is that nicotine-containing vapes are considered likely to be significantly less harmful than smoking. The kind of key reasons why we think that is because there's no combustion, of course, with e-cigarettes. So there's no carbon monoxide because e-cigarettes heat e-liquid to produce a vapor, whereas, of course, smoked tobacco produces carbon monoxide and tar. So there's no combustion. Um, they're cost effective, so yeah, purchasing an e-cigarette and topping up with e-liquid is actually much cheaper than continuing to purchase tobacco cigarettes. And one of the key reasons why vapes are, shown to be one of the most effective stop smoking aids is because the action of using an e-cigarette is very similar to a conventional tobacco cigarette. And yeah, at the moment, no identified risks of use. There are lots of articles going around, research happening around e-cigarettes quite regularly. But at the moment, with the Cochrane review and the kind of robust information to hand, we can be confident that whilst e-cigarettes are not completely risk-free, using e-cigarettes and e-liquids from reputable retailers is evidenced as one of the most effective tools to help adults quit smoking. So that's really the key headliner there. So yeah, that's Public Health England was the kind of where the first tagline on e-cigarettes came, where e-cigarettes were seen to be 95% less harmful than smoking. The current line from Office for Health Improvement and Disparities is that e-cigarettes and e-liquid is considered significantly less harmful than smoking, and it's continuously reviewed by OHID. So that's the kind of government health sort of tagline really for e-cigarette safety. Would anyone like to share any common myths about e-cigarette use? Anything that maybe you've come across in e-learning, or any kind of health concerns that you've heard some people may have around e-cigarettes? Tuba, yes. Yeah.
I've seen a lot of videos online, I think circulating on like social media, where it came up about like popcorn lung,
Yes,
and
yes.
there's actually individuals recording themselves, in the hospital bed saying, it's because I've used vapes, which is why I've ended up here. So I think there's a lot of that going around, which kind of worries individuals to
Of
kind of
course.
start
Yeah.
using vapes themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's actually the first myth that we've got on this slide, Tuba. So where popcorn lung originated is there's a chemical called diacetyl, and diacetyl is used as a synthetic buttery kind of flavor enhancer that's sometimes used in foods such as popcorn. And popcorn workers were exposed to high concentrations of diacetyl, and that caused acute lung injury in those popcorn workers. And diacetyl is a banned substance in e-liquids. So, if a smoker or e-cigarette user purchases an e-cigarette from a reputable retailer, then they're not going to be using e-liquids containing diacetyl. So yeah, it's interesting how these stories do kind of blow up, and obviously linked to that almost quite descriptive kind of title of popcorn lung, but actually that's due to that was due to acute lung injury from popcorn workers exposed to high levels of diacetyl, the synthetic buttery kind of flavor additive there. So that's popcorn lung. Sorry, excuse me. Merrick, you mentioned worrying about putting water in their lungs. So yeah, that's really interesting. Obviously, you know, what's happening with e-liquids is that you are inhaling a kind of warm, moist vapor. So, of course, if a smoker has history of lung infections and things like that, you know, I'm not sure of the link, but obviously it's reasonable to suggest that, you know, there may be some risk with, you know, if someone has kind of a poor respiratory system, is prone to infections and things like that, maybe kind of, you know, breathing in kind of warm, moist kind of air and things like that may, you know, have a link. Again, I would say the risk is still quite low. Certainly, e-cigarettes aren't likely to result in, you know, kind of excessive kind of water kind of condensation within the lungs. Of course, most of the vapor will be exhaled but by the e-cigarette user. But certainly, if someone does already have an acute lung condition or risk of kind of infections and things like that, then that they may absolutely be recommended to speak to a GP before using using an e-cigarette. So yeah, no, that's a really good point. Another myth that often is mentioned is e-cigarettes can blow up and cause fires. So this is all about safety in the home. So e-liquids should be stored in cool, dark places out of reach of children and pets. All vaping devices should display a CE mark to show that they're probably they fall under the correct kind of regulations. The correct charger should always be used that came with the e-cigarette. E-cigarettes shouldn't be left charging unattended overnight. There's also a recommendation where people using home oxygen should not vape while using supplemental oxygen at home. They should come off oxygen for at least 5 minutes before vaping due to risk of lighting the vape device or oxygen tubing. So essentially, all the advice that we have around e-cigarettes is very much the advice that we might offer someone around taking care of a mobile device and things like that, making sure that, you know, if they're carrying the e-cigarette in their pockets, making sure the e-cigarette is upright and not, you know, in a pocket full with kind of keys and other things as well. So making sure e-cigarette users only use e-cigarettes from reputable retailers, making sure that they are kind of taking care of their e-cigarette. They're not modifying their e-cigarette either. That often leads to some of the issues that people may be concerned about. Following those, you know, good practices around, you know, looking after an electronic device, you know, is the best way to mitigate that myth, definitely. Just a few others, a few kind of ones that is worth kind of mentioning as well. So there was back in 2019, 2020, in the US, there was an outbreak of serious lung injury leading to over 50 deaths. And it was originally attributed to nicotine vaping, but later confirmed by the US Centre for Disease Control to be associated with vaping illicit THC e-liquids containing vitamin E acetate. these are both banned in the UK for e-liquid, and there's been no similar outbreak in the UK. It's called EVALI. That was the kind of report into that issue, but that's definitely something to bear in mind. And there is increasing concern around heavy metals. So consuming heavy metals from the e-liquid. Now, where metals may be transferred from the device, maybe the heating coil of an e-liquid into the e-cigarette user, is often only when e-cigarette users dry draw. So that's essentially when there's not enough e-liquid within the e-liquid chamber of the cigarette, and that leads to transfer of heavy metals, or frying of e-liquid. So that's where the e-liquid gets too hot again because there isn't enough e-liquid within the chamber, and you're essentially just heating up, overheating the vapor, essentially. So again, there's very little evidence to back that up. But again, just using the e-cigarette in the correct way, making sure you're drawing on the e-cigarette only when there's sufficient e-liquid in the chamber is the best way to mitigate that as well. This is a similar graph that we showed when we spoke about nicotine replacement treatment and their delivery of nicotine. Again, there aren't any e-cigarettes that come close yet to the same delivery of nicotine as cigarettes, but we can see that over time, as new generations of e-cigarettes has been developed, they are getting better and more similar to cigarettes in terms of the way that they deliver nicotine. Even though the graph that there are differences between the newer generation e-cigarettes and cigarettes, regular cigarettes, the nicotine delivery is still absolutely sufficient to enable smokers wanting to quit with these e-cigarettes to effectively manage their physical cravings and lead to a successful outcome. Again, the aim of stop smoking medications isn't to match the effect of cigarettes, it's just to do enough to kind of curb those physical cravings, enabling the user to quit in the first place and put in place behavioral tools, coping mechanisms to maintain their quit in the future. Just a few points here around regulation. So as of 2016, vaping devices have been regulated by the government to ensure safety standards are met. The minimum age of sale for e-cigarettes is 18 years. The only advertising of e-cigarettes allowed is at the point of sale, some billboards and public transport, but I think there are going to be some restrictions to that coming with the new tobacco and vapes bill. The max strength of regulated e-liquid is 20 milligrams per milliliter, and the quantity of e-liquid in refillable devices is 10 milliliters. So the e-liquid chamber should not be able to carry more than 10 milliliters of e-liquid. The packaging of the e-cigarette must be child resistant and tamper evident. Health warning should cover 30% of the surfaces of the packaging, and safety concerns, like any medication that we talk about on this training, should be reported to the yellow card reporting scheme that we'll talk about later this morning. The key kind of message is if you vape, if you smoke, vaping is an effective tool to help you quit. However, if you don't smoke, do not start vaping. Okay, so that's the key message, particularly around the concern of increase in youth vaping and things like that. So again, vaping is an excellent tool, an effective tool to help people quit smoking. But if you don't smoke, don't start vaping. That's one of the key messages. And again, just worth kind of again highlighting some of the differences between chemicals within tobacco smoke and e-cigarette vapor. So carbon monoxide, non-existent in e-cigarettes, particulate matter, so 10 times lower in e-cigarettes, and most particles have low or no risk. Free radicals, so potential for kind of cancer-causing chemicals, less than 1% found in e-cigarettes compared with tobacco smoke. Nitric oxide, all gone in e-cigarettes. Tobacco-specific nitrosamines, 100 to 1,000 times lower in e-cigarettes, and volatile organic compounds are much lower, or all gone in e-cigarettes. So again, just a bit of evidence there as well, if you have those questions around difference between tobacco smoke and vapor. Okay. So yeah, e-cigarettes are becoming the most popular way to start smoking, and back to NCSET and NICE. So e-cigarettes are currently a first choice stop smoking aid for non-pregnant smokers over the age of 18. We know that vapes increase rates of stopping smoking. They're likely to be more effective than NRT, but of course it is down to personal preference. It's not always the case for every individual, and yet we know that newer devices are more effective in delivering nicotine, and in some cases more rapidly than some NRT products. This is just a graph. Again, this could probably be updated now with the new Office for National Statistics report, but they found that in 2024, around 52-53% of ex-smokers vape, 39% of smokers can currently smoke while vaping, and 8% of vapers are never smokers. So the 8% of never smokers is definitely, an area that, stop smoking services and tobacco control legislation should target to ensure that the rates of people who've never smoked never vape as well. Obviously 3% of ex-smokers are vaping, so we would argue that's a positive. They're choosing to vape rather than relapse back to smoking. Of course, there are some services. So in Liverpool, Alderhay NHS Trust, they've been piloting a vape cessation program, and potentially in the future, as we see the smoking prevalence continue to decline, we may work more on vape cessation to not only enable smokers to become tobacco free, but also nicotine free in the future. So there may be some more work on that in the future. 39% of smokers currently vape, so potentially use as a harm reduction tool to reduce the number of cigarettes that they're smoking, or use as a kind of cut down to quit tool where they are starting to increase their use of e-cigarettes and eventually stop smoking in the future. So that's positive. Of course, we would want them to become ex-smokers and just focus on the vape, but that's currently the trends of use of vaping at the moment. Currently on the market, there are kind of three main types of vaping devices. So we're just going to do a bit of an overview of these devices now. So we've got vape pens, which are second generation, mods, which are third generation devices, and pods, which are fourth generation devices. NCSET e-learning, particularly the vaping module, is excellent in providing videos of vape use and showing the different components of vape use. So I will just quickly run through this, but I would definitely recommend for a better visualization referring to the NCSET e-learning module. So vape pens are, as I say, second generation e-cigarettes characterized by a transparent pre-filled or refillable cartridge. They're also sometimes referred to as shisha sticks. and these vape pens are activated either by clicking the on-off button 5 times or automatically drawing inhaling from the mouthpiece to activate it. Vape pens either have pre-filled cartridges that attach to the base, or have a built-in tank which can be filled through a little kind of hole in the tank. Average battery lasts from a number of months to a year. Commonly used for THC and CBD oils. So again, some cannabis oils can be used, but again, THC is banned for e-liquids in the UK, and again, we would only recommend nicotine to our participants. And just to have a look at some of the components. So again, right at the top, the narrow end of the vape pen, you've got the mouthpiece. Then if it's a built-in tank system, you will have a glass tank just below that, which has the e-liquid inside. And at the bottom of the glass tank, you have a coil or atomizer, which is the heating element that heats up the liquid to produce a vapor that's then drawn through the mouthpiece. And then usually towards the bottom, you've got the battery. And this is a very similar vape pen, but in this one, the device kind of splits in two, and the cartridge can therefore, the cartridge containing e-liquid can therefore be removed or replaced potentially as well, but it's very, very similar. So yeah, those are vape pens, everyone. Obviously, if anyone's got any questions as we go through these, do let me know. Then we've got mod devices. These are, more kind of modern devices. These have not much resemblance to e-cigarettes, and there's some kind of modification that can be put in place with these mods in terms of the airflow into these devices, also the power of these devices as well, to produce a kind of stronger, more concentrated vapor or aerosol. So usually they contain a clear refillable tank, and as they can be customizable in terms of their airflow, switch and power, often quite bulky and have powerful batteries. They're quite customizable, so as long as you're kind of using the same kind of reputable company to get parts and things like that, some things can be kind of switched across, whether it's a different mouthpiece, whether it's battery and things like that. And some of them actually have a control panel with buttons and a display screen as well. There are different types of modular devices. So there are box mods, which is more like the device on the right-hand side of the picture that's shown on the screen. You've got tube devices, which is the one on the left-hand side as well. Mechanical ones, they don't have much kind of a they're quite simple devices. They literally just have a liquid chamber, a heating element, and a button which kind of fires the heating element up to produce the vapor. So they're quite similar. So they're quite different. And the components, so some of them are quite similar to the previous device that we looked at. So in terms of this box mod device on the left-hand side, at the bottom you've got the battery, but also you may see a kind of display screen there with a power button next to it. And at the top of the mouthpiece, sometimes there'll be a drip tip, which is where you insert the e-liquid, and again they'll have an atomizer, some kind of heating element in there to produce the vapor, and yeah. very similar device there as well. Of course, devices should be rechargeable now, and so they'll often be a micro USB port or some other way of recharging the devices as well. And yeah, how to use these devices, it's pretty similar, but I would recommend reviewing the NCSCT module on vaping because they have some really good videos on how to use e-cigarettes. Finally, we have the latest generation of e-cigarettes, and these are pod mods. Okay, and pod mods can use not only just standard e-liquid, but also nicotine salts as well. And we'll talk about that on the next slide. They're small, often shaped like a USB stick. Very similar operation, either just automatically draw from the mouthpiece or click the power button. There are either pre-filled pod mods, which are closed system, or refillable pod mods, which are open system. They should be rechargeable, available in various forms depending on the kit they're used with. In the UK, yeah, as with any e-liquid, the max strength is 20 milligrams. Often used with nicotine salts. So again, I'll talk about that on the next slide. Very simple components. These are quite popular, especially with young vapors as well. They do actually resemble some of the disposable vapes that were taken off the market back in June. So some cigarette companies have tried to, develop these pod mods because they appeal to young people that were using those disposable vapes. So that's obviously just something that hopefully legislation can work on in the future. But yeah, again, similar components, just in a slightly different form. So battery at the bottom, power button, a coil or atomizer to heat the liquid. If it's in an open pod system, the pod can be the e-liquid chamber can be separated from the device. If it's a closed pod system, then there'll be a hole or somewhere where you can drip the liquid into it. So those different types of e-cigarettes, does anyone have any questions about those at all? Of course, when you're having conversations with participants, you won't be having those conversations in terms of the type of e-cigarette they'll be using. I think you use Avapo vape shops in Kensington, Chelsea and Westminster. The staff, the teams that we work with at Avapo vape shops are NCSCT trained, so they will offer advice to participants on the types of devices they should use and things like that. Merrick, I do apologize. You had your hand up. Sorry. Yeah.
No, sorry. I just wanted to ask. I mean, I think you've just answered it, but
Mhm.
I mean, I'm gonna out myself again, second day in a row. But when I used to use these,
Yeah.
there was very much a thing about having to change the coils and stuff
Yeah.
after about a month or so. Do we tell, because that can that can start rusting and stuff, and I'm pretty sure that's not
Yeah.
good for you. So do
Yeah.
we teach them that? But then I was going to say that, but you've said that the vape
Yeah.
shops I'm sure the vape shops will help
Yeah.
them with that kind of stuff.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The vape shops will do that, and we'll talk about it on the next set of training, but we may be able to skip over it. In terms of the way that we offer vouchers, the way we offer vouchers is in £25 voucher increments over 3 points of a quit. So the first £25 voucher on commitment to quit, which is enough for their device and the first set of e-liquid. The second £25 voucher will be for after confirmation that they've quit and for further replacement e-liquids. The third voucher, successful completion of 4-week quit, and that will have enough for further e-liquid, but also for replacement parts, coils and things like that. And the Avapo vape shop, just like Totally Wicked that we also use across the UK, will provide that advice to our users. again, it is helpful to have knowledge of good maintenance of e-cigs so that we can have those conversations as well with them. Again, I think duty of care, best practice, it is good to do that, but they should be following the advice from the retailer and the instructions from the manufacturer of that e-liquid e-cigarette. So yeah, really good question. Yeah, Chelsea.
Morning.
Morning.
Just on the back of that,
Yeah.
I know that this probably doesn't affect our services, but like, let's say they get to that point where it's 4 weeks and they've quit, they're basically ready to go. Let's say they don't have access or financial support after that to repurchase like more e-liquids or whatever, and it means that they like relapse or whatever. Do you know any support that's out there, or can we say to participants, you've hit this point now, we've supported you up to this point, you can contact X, Y, and Z if you need more support? Do you know what I mean? Like a follow-on service if needed.
Yeah, that's tricky because e-cigarettes are much cheaper, or e-liquids are much cheaper than continuing to buy cigarettes. So
Yeah, true.
Continuing to smoke would be a much more expensive habit than continuing e-cigarettes. What they may be able to do, if maybe they're on benefits, if they qualify for free prescriptions, I'm not sure if this is possible, but certainly the GP may be able to prescribe NRT maybe moving forwards to replace e-liquids if they're not able to fund e-liquid and things like that. So that would probably be a way forwards for continuation of support. There are schemes like the swap to stop scheme where I think our partnership teams are still able to secure funding for X amount of vapes to hand out to the community to help them stop smoking, but those are just one-off as well. There isn't a kind of continuation of that. So there may be something in your local area, so maybe something worth kind of looking into. And I don't know if the partnership with the VAPO may help with that, but I mean, explain that obviously continuing to buy e-liquid is much cheaper than continuing to smoke, but if money is really a concern and if they apply for free prescriptions, definitely speaking to GP or local pharmacy may help. Yeah
Perfect, thanks for that.
Cool, that's right. Yeah, really good question. In terms of what is added to e-cigarettes, so that the liquid, the nicotine that we're talking about, there are two types. There are standard e-liquids and nicotine salts, and the liquids used in e-cigarettes are or some of the devices are heated to create a flavored aerosol or vapor, and e-liquids are regulated in the UK, so they do undergo rigorous testing and approval before they can be sold. So the main e-liquid is called freebase e-liquid, available in a range of flavors, types, nicotine strengths and ratios, containing propylene glycol, vegetable glycerin, flavorings, and nicotine. Then we've got nicotine salts. So nicotine salts are where again, maximum 20 milligram for nicotine salts, same with freebase e-liquid. They're created by adding acid to a nicotine-based solution. Again, if you were to look at nicotine down a microscope, it's almost like salt, sea salt, very kind of jagged and rough. So if someone, just kind of so some people can find that nicotine e-liquid can create some irritation in the throat and around the mouth. The process of adding acid to a nicotine-based solution essentially reduces that irritation, so it feels a little bit more, it feels a little bit smoother. You'll see on the NCSCT videos that when someone is using an e-cigarette, they say not to smoke it as they would, not to use it, as they would a regular tobacco cigarette, but to draw on the e-cigarette and hold that vapor or aerosol around the mouth and then exhale. One, to get most of the nicotine, but also to reduce that irritation. But nicotine salts, they kind of solve that irritation issue. Sometimes they do have a high concentration of nicotine, but again, in the UK, there's a maximum strength of 20 milligrams per milliliter. They often have a faster absorption into the bloodstream, and as I say, causes less throat irritation. And yeah, we've just got some images of e-liquid on the right hand side. Freshly made e-liquid is usually clear with a slight kind of color tint. As it ages, the color deepens. So that's e-cigarettes, everyone. And we do just have a NCSCT recommendation for nicotine vape dosing. Again, we won't directly have these conversations with participants around the strength of e-liquid that they should start on. They will have that advice from the Avapo vape shop. However, we can, of course, support service users in, once they quit, in encouraging them to develop coping mechanisms which may encourage them to kind of reduce the strength of e-liquid over time, to not risk relapse in the future, but to reduce their dependency on higher concentrations of nicotine moving forward, certainly after their quit with us. So yeah, but that may be helpful to come back to just for some additional information around vape dosing. That's e-cigarettes, everyone. Any questions on e-cigarettes at all? No. All good. All good. So let's move on to. Oh, sorry, Vanessa. Yes. Yeah.
Sorry, Joe, just a quick question. If someone is vaping, but withdrawal symptoms still continue, what would be an alternative? Because you said that you don't combine NRT and e-cigarettes.
Yeah. So yeah, it's important to say that participants will get withdrawal symptoms no matter what treatment they use. So that's really important to kind of establish that no treatment will completely eliminate withdrawal or coping or cravings or urges for a cigarette. So the best way to start is making sure that an individual is using the treatment enough and has an appropriate concentration of nicotine within that product. That will give them the best chance to tackle some of those physical cravings. But what that won't do is manage the kind of psychological urge to smoke sometimes, or that, the entirety of withdrawal symptoms. So that's where a combination of the pharmacotherapy, e-cigarettes, prescription-only medications, or NRT, plus the development of other habits that go in place of smoking, distractions, and yeah, non-nicotine based coping mechanisms come in, so that when they do identify a withdrawal symptom or an urge, they've got a few options, a few healthy behaviors to help manage that. Of course, some options may be, sometimes for participants, they may try a treatment and it just might not work out for them. So, of course, if they are unsuccessful, we can consider other treatment options. But I suppose those are the key things to consider, making sure they've got the appropriate dose of treatment, making sure they're using it often enough, and not only thinking about the treatment, but also thinking about coping mechanisms and other habits that they can put in place to manage those withdrawal symptoms. I hope that helps. Is that okay, Vanessa? Mm-hmm. Cool. Tuba, I saw your hand was up. Was there a question? Sorry.
Not really a question. I was just quite curious actually. My dad's joined one of these smoking services in our GP just the other day, and he's had his quit day yesterday. But they've sent him home with a bunch of things, and I was quite confused when I saw. So they gave him a vape, they gave him patches, they gave him gums, and there was lots of things in there. So I said to him, you shouldn't really be using too much at once anyway. But so what's the advice on like the NHS GPs? What kind of things do they offer? Is it a little bit different, or should it not be the same?
Um, yeah, I mean, yeah, that's really interesting.
Mm.
Uh, I mean, yeah, I suppose I would ask, uh, did they provide advice around using the medications concurrently, or was it just, okay,
No,
here's some
he
things
just
that we
said,
know will
you know,
help,
which ones do you want?
but there you
Yeah,
go.
and
Yeah,
he said they asked him
okay,
which ones do you want,
okay,
and he's just kind of
yeah,
like chosen them, and they sent him
yeah.
over there. So
Of course, that's why, the kind of promotion of specialist smoking services is so important, because of course we have the time with the user to properly discuss their preference of treatment, to go
mhm,
through eligibility and the best practice of using treatment, and talking in detail about how to use treatment effectively, what other things to develop and things like that. Of course,
yeah,
there are going to be time constraints in terms of GP, so it
mhm,
may be more of a conversation. Hey, I'd like to stop smoking. Great, here's some patches,
yeah.
away you go, sort of thing.
I think that's
Um,
nice. Mhm,
Again, on our services, yeah, absolutely. There is, there's nothing wrong clinically with combining some of these treatments. There's even and some evidence around combining varenicline and NRT and things like that. That's absolutely not what we should do on our services at the moment, but that might be an innovation in the future. So yeah, for now, I think it's better to kind of focus on one treatment option,
yeah,
explain it well, explain how to use it effectively to manage withdrawal and take care of those physical cravings, to manage those kind of nicotine withdrawal symptoms, but also not only thinking about treatment, but also thinking about what advice we should give participants to help manage those psychological urges that come through and sustain their quit in the future. Because in no cases does an e-cigarette quit for you, does NRT, the patches, quit for you. It's the participants or patients' decision to quit. It's effective usage of the treatment, but also mindful of making sure the appropriate behavioural support is offered and put in place by the participant as well. So
mhm,
yeah, really
yeah.
interesting too. But yeah, definitely. Um, let's move on to prescription only medication, everyone. So um, on KCW, I'm aware that you currently offer two prescription only medication options. They're varenicline, either generic varenicline or Champix, and cytisinicline, that otherwise what we know as cytosine. There are three licensed prescription only medications for use in tobacco cessation, and the other one is Zyban as well. How are POMs? So yeah, I probably will use POMs moving forwards, again, just for ease. How are POMs different to NRT for treating tobacco dependence? Would anyone like to share any thoughts on the function of POMs, why they might be different to NRT? No worries at all if we're not too sure just yet. Oh, I can see some typing going on, which is great. Feel free to share the microphone if anyone would like to as well. Merrick, yes, yeah.
Obviously doing the module that we had to do. So as I remember, the POMS, the difference is that it actually tackles the need for smoking, if that makes sense. So like it's more like the medication tackles the cell. I don't want it like the cells, if that makes sense. So it makes
Yeah.
a replacement
Mhm,
for
mhm,
makes you feel better, or
mhm.
yeah, I don't know how to
Yeah,
explain it
yeah,
properly,
no,
but like if
that's
you understand.
yeah, you're absolutely on the right lines, Merrick. So particularly with varenicline and cytisinicline, they're called partial agonist medications, and what they do is fulfill some of what the role of nicotine does to nicotine receptors, without to manage withdrawal without actually providing nicotine and things like that. So they actually help to kind of manage physical withdrawal. They act on the nicotine receptors, but obviously there's no nicotine inside them. So there's no kind of addiction and things like that. So yeah, absolutely right, Merrick. And a really good point from Tuba, they have to be prescribed through the GP. So absolutely spot on. So whereas with e-cigarettes and NRT, we use voucher schemes or direct supply through MK Medical or other services like that. Prescription only medications, hence the name prescription, has to be prescribed by a GP. We can't just prescribe them ourselves or request them ourselves. They have to go through the GP or qualified health professionals. So there are definitely some barriers recently with prescription only medications, whether it's kind of financial or bureaucratic. Sometimes some GPs do put some barriers up to us requesting these medications for participants. So in some cases, what we can develop is something called a patient group direction, which is where we don't require a GP to prescribe, but a specialist pharmacist or prescribing nurse or midwife can do the prescribing for us. So, but yeah, essentially these medications require a prescription, whether it's from a GP or registered health professional. It's worth saying as well that for the time that participants are on the program, of course, the e-cigarettes for the 12 weeks of the program, the NRT for the 12 weeks of the program are free to the participants. But of course, unless our participants are eligible for free prescriptions, they will of course have to pay for the prescriptions for these medications. So yeah, we've already mentioned those. The medications work by interfering with nicotine receptors in the brain to reduce withdrawal without providing a supply of nicotine. In terms of NRT, we know that the effects of NRT can happen within 5 to 10 minutes. They're suitable for most people aged 12 and over. And there are some contraindications why we can't offer NRT for some individuals. But there are no serious adverse effects associated with nicotine replacement treatment, and they're widely available. Most people over the age of 12 can purchase NRT from the local supermarket. Prescription only medication, so the effects is titrated. So with prescription only medications, you take the treatment for at least 5 days or week or so before reaching that quit. I don't think I mentioned this earlier. Hopefully most of you are aware, but we do recommend with NRT and e-cigarettes, following our abrupt cessation approach, that participants quit the day that they start treatment, that they don't concurrently smoke and use NRT and use e-cigarettes. So to follow our abrupt cessation approach, quit straight away. For prescription only medications, there's some time where they take the medication for a few days before they actually quit. We can't offer POMs to under 18s, and for over 65s, we can't offer cytosine, and POMs aren't eligible for pregnant or breastfeeding participants. There are some cautions and contraindications specific to the medications, which we'll come on to in a moment. And in terms of availability, prescribed by a GP or qualified health professional. Okay. On this slide, everyone, I've just, yesterday we had the kind of image on the left presented, which showed how kind of addiction, the role of nicotine and addiction. So what I thought I'd do, we're going to come on to cytosine and varenicline first. So I thought I'd quickly just kind of run through a very kind of brief explanation of how they work. So, for example, if someone takes cytosine medication or varenicline medication, what that medication does, it binds to the nicotine receptors, the alpha or beta 2 receptors, and those receptors release dopamine, but less so than nicotine. So it manages withdrawal and releases a small amount of dopamine, but less so than if nicotine attached to them, which alleviates the withdrawal, makes it easier, of course, to quit smoking. If someone actually continues to smoke while they're taking these medications, it can actually be quite unpleasant. Some people may find that they have a metallic taste while they're if they smoke while using these treatments, or they might feel nauseous after a cigarette. So as smoking starts to reduce, the nicotine receptors start to close, and therefore over time the physical cravings for nicotine will completely diminish or be eliminated. So that's in brief how the kind of medications work on the nicotine receptors. Let's have a look at the medications in a bit more detail. So cytosine was introduced, was available for smokers in the UK from January last year. So it is the most kind of recent POM to come on the market for tobacco cessation in the UK. However, cytosine has been around for a long time. Cytosine has been around since the 1960s, mostly in Eastern European countries, also using Canada for some time. However, it was only recently introduced in the UK, and cytosine is, recognised as a first choice stop smoking aid, and there's strong evidence of its effectiveness in the general population. So yeah, it's been used for 50 years. It was established actually in World War II, where German and Russian soldiers chewed on the seeds of the laburnum tree, and they found it had a kind of tobacco cessation effect. And that the compounds within the laburnum tree were synthesized to create cytosine. The standard treatment for cytosine is 25 days. It's actually quite unusually short. There is evidence to say that probably 12 weeks of cytosine would be the most effective. However, it's only licensed in the UK for a 25-day course. Science prescribed use from 5 days to quit date. What that means is that when someone starts taking cytosine, they must quit on day 5 or before, not later. With cytosine, the titration approach for cytosine is quite complex. So even though it's a short course, it is quite complex. So it's 6 tablets a day for the first 3 days, 5 tablets a day, day 4 to 12, 4 tablets a day, day 13 to 16, 3 tablets a day, 17 to 20, 2 tablets a day from day 21 to day 25. Oral tablet should be taken with water. It doesn't necessarily need to be taken with food, but we would recommend to take the tablets with food just to avoid any potential for stomach discomfort. Obviously, tablets should be stored appropriately. Participants should not take more than the recommended dose, and if a dosage is missed, they shouldn't take a double dose. They should just continue from the next dosage as scheduled. The common side effects of cytosine are nausea, headaches, insomnia, gastrointestinal problems, rash and fever. Of course, if any side effects or adverse reactions are found in a participant, then they need to be reported as a clinical incident, and we'll come on to that later today. Of course, if so these side effects can be normal, sometimes these side effects are going to be quite manageable, but of course, if these side effects become quite severe and unmanageable, then of course we would want to consider stopping the treatment and looking at other options. But interestingly, cytosine is found to be the POM with the least side effects, or which people have the greatest tolerance towards. So for people who may not get along with the other POMs that we'll talk about, cytosine could be a good option for them. Yeah, I'm just going to quickly have a look at my notes, see if there's anything I've missed here. There's only one prescription with cytosine, just for the full 100 times 1.5 milligram tablet. So just one prescription, which has its benefits if some participants need to pay for their prescriptions. Yeah, side effects found to be much less so than varenicline. We'll talk in a few slides' time about how to request the treatments. So we'll do that in a moment. Any questions on cytosine? Again, I don't want to go through loads of information because it probably won't be easily remembered after the training, but hopefully that's okay as a bit of an overview. Let's move on to varenicline. So varenicline has been around in the UK for a long time. Initially, varenicline was able to be prescribed between 2006 and 2021. Varenicline was withdrawn temporarily from the market due to nitrosamine impurities, so a risk of cancer-causing chemicals found in the manufacturing of Champix, which was the Pfizer version of varenicline. However, I think last year varenicline was reintroduced into the market once they sorted out the manufacturing processes of the medication. It's one of the most effective stop smoking aids and is found to be superior to combination nicotine replacement treatment. And the efficacy of varenicline is quite similar to cytosine, actually. And the standard course of treatment is 12 weeks, so it's quite a long course of treatment, certainly compared to cytosine, and it's prescribed for use from 2 weeks prior to quit date. So participants can smoke for the first 2 weeks of taking the treatment, but they must quit. The recommendation is to quit on or by day 14. The dose is titrated from 1 0.5 milligram tablet a day for the first 3 days to 2 0.5 milligram tablets a day between day 4 and 7. And from day 8 to the end of the course, it's 2 1 milligram tablets a day. Usually, varenicline comes in packets where either the different doses of medication will be in different colors. So I think if my memory serves me correctly, the 0.5 milligram tablets are white, the 1 milligram tablets are colored blue, and also sometimes they come in a blister pack where the days are numbered. So you have day 1 and the tablets that they need to take on that day, day 2, and so on and so forth. So the packaging is quite helpful, but it depends on the pharmacy. Sometimes they'll come in nice blister packs, sometimes they'll just be given bottles. So it's worth reminding participants to read the label before they start taking the treatment. Should be taken with water and after meals. When with varenicline, they really should be taken after meals to avoid any stomach discomfort. When it moves to 2 tablets a day, tablets should be taken 8 hours apart, and the second tablet of the day should be taken at least 3 hours before bed. A really common side effect with varenicline is vivid dreams. So if someone experiences vivid dreams or difficulty sleeping, just encourage that participant to take the evening tablet or afternoon tablet a little bit earlier in the day. If someone experiences any adverse events or has kind of renal impairment, there is a reduced dose course that participants can take. So starting off with either continuing with 0.5 milligram tablets or starting with 0.5 milligram tablets and amending the dose thereafter. Again, side effects can be relatively similar to cytosine. Again, I won't go through those again, but yeah, those are just some of the common ones. And yeah, that's varenicline. Any questions on varenicline at all? No? Okay. And finally, we've got Zyban, or bupropion is the scientific generic name. This isn't, I don't believe, currently used in KCW, but definitely worth just kind of being aware of. So bupropion has been used in the UK at first between year 2000 2022. It was withdrawn for the same reasons of Champix in 2022, but reintroduced into the market on October 2023. First developed in 1966, sorry, so it's been around for a long time. Interestingly, Zyban was originally developed as an antidepressant and is still a licensed antidepressant in the US at the moment, but it was found to help reduce nicotine cravings and withdrawal symptoms. Standard course of Zyban is 7 to 9 weeks, prescribed for use from 2 weeks prior to the quit date. So again, the recommendation with Zyban is to quit by day 12 to 14 of using the treatment. Titrated doses from day 1 to 6, 150 milligram tablet a day. Day 7 to the end of the course, 2 150 milligram tablets a day, taken 8 hours apart. And again, similar side effects as well. It's worth saying that there used to be a concern around varenicline in particular, around its effects on mental health. However, there was a study called the Eagle study in 2016, which found that there was no increase in adverse psychiatric events in varenicline compared to other smoking cessation methods. So that can sometimes be cited by either participants or other health professionals that we work with. There used to be a kind of warning triangles, a black warning triangle on varenicline medication. However, from the Eagle study in 2016, when they found no increase in psychiatric events, that was taken away. Okay. Cool. The dosing of these medications can get a little bit complicated. So just on this slide, I've just added the recommended dosing guides for cytosine, Zyban, and varenicline. So again, you'll receive these slides after the training. You could either have a look online and grab some screenshots, or download these dosing guides, or take a screenshot of this slide in the future to just have these dosing guides to hand if you would like, just a visual to be able to show participants maybe on a Teams call or in face-to-face appointments. These cautions and contraindications for POMs are all covered in the nicotine replacement treatment assessment form, so I don't think it's helpful for me to just list them all right now. It's again just important to remind you all to, whenever we are requesting treatment for participants, that we complete the nicotine replacement treatment in full and get as much information as we can from the participant. These are the cautions and contraindications for the prescription only medications. And again, just a reminder, if we have a caution highlighted and we want to request a prescription only medication, we can request that medication, but it's recommended that either the participant speaks to the GP before getting the prescription, or we send that GP notification letter. Of course, that there is definitely argument to say that if we're sending a request to a GP, surely they're going to be aware, they'll look at the medical records and make sure it's okay to request the treatment. But it's probably best practice to send a GP notification letter alongside the medication request form, just so that again, we provide as much detail and information to the GP as possible. Of course, if any contraindications are highlighted, don't request the medication, look at another option. Yes, Chelsea.
just a question because I'm curious. How
Yeah.
long is the turnaround for when a stop smoking practitioner puts in a request to like a GP to get that POM?
I would say it could be between 2 days and 2 weeks.
Okay.
Honestly, yeah. It depends on the administration time of the individual GP. It depends on the individual practice and things like that. That, as I said, there are seemingly kind of an increase in barriers to the prescription of these medications now compared to when I was delivering on smoking cessation. So what I always advised participants was, prescriptions can take 48 to 72 hours to go through. So, if I requested, for example, a medication on Monday, I would advise them to reach out to their pharmacy or GP on the Thursday, maybe. But yeah, it can be quite a significant difference at the moment. So it depends on the GP, and I would recommend that the participant gets in touch with their GP to understand how long it may take at that individual practice. That would probably be the best way rather than kind of guessing the individual times. Yeah.
And in that time, you might not have the answer for this, but like, let's say a practitioner has them booked in for an appointment, but they are yet to receive the POMs. Let's say they've had that initial appointment, they've done the request, comes, I don't know, a week or two later, they've still not had it.
Yeah.
Is it best practice to obviously still do that appointment, go for other things?
Yeah.
And then, okay.
Absolutely. I think particularly with POMs, it's an excellent opportunity before they've even started treatment to consider harm reduction approaches. So perhaps consider what's their, let's say, trickiest cigarette to get rid of throughout the day. Is there anything that they could do to perhaps kind of remove that cigarette before starting treatment, or develop 3 or 4 healthy non-nicotine based coping mechanisms, whether it's reading, talking to a friend, having a healthy snack, doing some physical activity that they can start to do whenever they get the urge to have a cigarette, and that will start the process of developing new habits that eventually will hopefully replace completely the habit of smoking by the end of the program. So even if there's a delay, that can be frustrating for you as the coach or and indeed a participant, but a great opportunity to work on the crucial elements of a quit that's required to sustain a quit in the future. So yeah, definitely there's a valuable use of that time, even if they don't receive treatment. Yeah.
Thank you.
Really great point. Perfect. What I've done here, everyone, I've created a bit of a table just showing you how to prescribe the medications. So for example, with cytosine, only one prescription request. It's 100 times 1.5 milligram tablets, 1 pack for the medication. And they need, for us to request that treatment, they need to commit to a quit within 5 days of starting the treatment. With varenicline, there are quite a few different options that we can request. We do have POM templates which help with this, but the first pack is always the initiation pack, which is always 2 weeks of treatment, 11 times 0.5 milligram tablets, 14 times 1 milligram. We should only request varenicline when we have a commitment from that participant to quit within 2 weeks of starting treatment. After the initiation pack, then you've got the maintenance pack. Sometimes the maintenance pack can be given before the quit date, but I would suggest we shouldn't offer the third prescription until that individual has actually quit. Again, following the abrupt cessation approach. And maintenance packs can either be in 2 or 4 weeks. I would absolutely recommend to you all to request 2 weeks wherever possible to maintain the frequency of appointments and contact you have with that participant. But of course, if a participant comes to you saying, I'd rather just pay for one prescription rather than a few more, or if maybe they're going on holiday or something like that, then maybe we can request 4 weeks, but as much as possible, keep to 2-week prescriptions. For Zyban, again, they need to have that commitment to quit within 2 weeks of starting treatment, and it's very simple, just 2 prescription requests for a full course of Zyban. Each individual request is 4 weeks. We can't do anything about that. It's just 4 weeks of treatment per prescription request, and each prescription request contains 60 150 milligram tablets. The second pack should only be requested if the participant has quit. Okay. This is an example prescription only medication request letter. So we have, so what you'll see on here, we've got different templates, whether it's varenicline or cytosine. So again, cytosine is very simple, but for varenicline, you should have the different options that you can request. So all you would need to do is delete the request that the types of prescription that you're not wanting to request, just so that the one that you are wanting to request is clear on there. And date required, yeah, just as soon as possible, really, you know, within a few days or by the end of that week, you can add a date in there. So that's an example of the request letter that you use to request prescription only medications. The form shouldn't be sent from our own individual work emails. It should only be sent from the secure NHS inbox to the PT's correct GP practice. Again, you will see the GP practice on the Orion file, but please do always double check you've got the correct GP practice on the system for that participant. Do double check. And if they're not 100% sure who their GP is, please don't send any communication via that NHS inbox, because that could be a data protection issue if indeed they've told you that the wrong GP surgery. So do just make sure we have confirmation from the participant that we've got their correct GP practice before we send either the medication request letter or GP notification letter to their practice. Is that okay, everyone? Any questions on POMS at all? No? Okay. All right. Just a few more slides of this section before we pause for a break, everyone. This is just, now that we've gone through all of the treatment options for tobacco cessation, this is the NCSCT kind of hierarchy and efficacy table of those treatments. So again, for the general population, adults aged 18 and over, first choice stop smoking aids include combination NRT, nicotine vapes, and POMS, including varenicline and cytosine. Second choice options still effective, but arguably less effective than the first choice, are single NRT products, which is either a patch on its own or fast-acting NRT products on their own, and bupropion, Zyban. So those are second choice stop smoking aids. All of these are valid. All of these are recommended by NCSCT, are licensed by MHRA for use in smoking cessation, but it's just worth having in mind what are the first choice stop smoking aids that ideally we should explain first, but also, you know, if a participant would like to choose Zyban, if that's available, if they would just like to choose a patch, then of course we should respect participant choice there. It may be helpful to learn not only what is recommended, but what isn't recommended by NCSCT. Okay, so I'm just going to highlight a few of these. So this table shows interventions not currently recommended by NCSCT. At the top, you've got interventions with some evidence of effectiveness, but not currently recommended. In the middle, insufficient evidence, and at the bottom, no evidence of efficacy. I'll just highlight a few. So at the top there, you've got rapid smoking. I don't, has anyone heard of rapid smoking as a smoking cessation tool? Basically, what that is over a short period of time, smoking way more than what you would usually smoke until you get really unpleasant feelings from excessively smoking, and then using that reminder that the last time I smoked was awful, I felt horrible, as a motivator trigger to quit. I'm sure we can understand why NCSET don't recommend this, but just an interesting one. Alan Carr's Easy Way seminars. So actually, lots of people use Alan Carr. Not the comedian, but the psychologist who's developed kind of behavior change tools. There's some great kind of behavior change techniques, but they go exactly against our approach in terms of using pharmacotherapy alongside behavioral support. NICE actually do have approved Alan Carr, but NCSET don't. So again, that's not something really that we should be discussing with participants if they're accessing our program. There are a few other medications relating to weight loss, diabetes medication as well, that there's growing evidence that may have some impact, but currently they aren't licensed for use in tobacco dependency. Okay, in terms of evidence of no effectiveness, we've got hypnosis, acupuncture, acupressure, laser therapy, electrostimulation. That's actually really interesting. In America, the CDC have approved transcranial electrostimulation as a tobacco cessation tool, but it's not approved in the UK. So yeah, just some. I think it's really interesting that these are sort of considered, and who knows, there may be some further innovation in the future. Cool. Very final section for this, and this is just a very quick section talking about, the impact of stop smoking services, the cost effectiveness really of stop smoking services. We did yesterday talk in a little bit more detail around priority populations, and we are going to talk in more detail later today about managing lapses and relapses. But it may be interesting to learn, everyone, that a key factor that increases the likelihood of relapse to use of tobacco is social discrimination. And the main barrier to a quit attempt reported by smokers is social influence. So that is one of the key barriers to starting a quit attempt, again, wanting to fit in with their social circle or being in a social environment that doesn't necessarily facilitate a behavior change to stop smoking. Tobacco dependency support services have contributed to at least a 15% reduction in tobacco use. How do specialist services support in reducing tobacco-related costs to society? So in health and social care, the average cost per life year saved is over £20,000. In terms of the economy, cost efficacy of specialist services has been shown superior to that of brief advice in primary care. So specialist stop smoking services are more cost efficient than providing GP smoking cessation support and things like that. Of course, specialist support services boost primary care efforts and increase success rates. For example, in KCW, you have a 4-week quit rate of over 70%, whereas the national average is between 40 and 50%. And in terms of productivity, supporting people to stop smoking contributes to a substantial cost saving to employers. Okay. As smoking prevalence has reduced, we have seen lower footfall in our services and lower number of quit rates, quit dates being set. However, over time, we have noticed a narrowing of that figure, that difference between number of people setting a quit date and number of successful quitters. So stop smoking services are becoming more effective over time. We're learning more about how best to support participants, and right now we have more treatments available to participants stop smoking than there ever has been. And of course, world of smoking cessation is a really fast-moving kind of discipline, really, in health improvement. Lots of new medications are coming in all the time. Again, stop smoking services are just going to become more effective, even though there are going to be fewer smokers to work with. We have actually since 2021, 2022, we have actually seen a slight uptick in the number of quit dates being set in stop smoking services. So I think and we've just seen from the new ONS figures a significant reduction in smoking between 2023 and 2024. So I think that the message is getting out there to lots of people to really rapidly reduce the smoking prevalence and help people stop smoking moving forwards. So that's everything, everyone. So just before we pause for a break, and we will break for sort of 10 minutes or so, we'll just quickly go through this knowledge checklist. So hopefully in the training that we've covered so far, we've covered all of these points required for the NCSCT training standards. So in terms of smoking in the population, we've looked at demographic characteristics, priority populations, and smoking patterns over time across demographic groups. And of course, we updated the latest figures this morning. In terms of smoking and health, we've reviewed smoking-related diseases, the health benefits of stopping smoking, effects of smoking during pregnancy and breastfeeding, the impact of secondhand smoke, and the effects of smoking on other medications. In terms of why stopping can be difficult, we've reviewed some points around planning to avoid lapses and relapses, but we will talk in more detail about that later today. We discussed tobacco addiction and dependence yesterday. We reviewed withdrawal symptoms, identified the reasons why people smoke, why people take on smoking, and also some factors that might make it difficult for some people to quit as well. In terms of smoking cessation treatments, we've reviewed a range of treatments, their use and cautions, the long-term effects of some medications, and benefits of short-term use of medication as well. And we've reviewed the combination therapy approach to NRT as well. And finally, we've just reviewed the wider context in terms of barriers to stopping smoking and the cost effectiveness of services. So hopefully we can agree we've covered all of those points to some extent on the NCSCT training standard for the first day. What we're going to do now, everyone, we're going to pause for a break until 10 to 11, and we're going to move on to the next section of training. Is that okay, everyone? Any questions before we pause for a break? No, all good. All right, everyone, see you all back at 10 to 11. Thank you. Hi everyone. Yeah, sorry, I'm just rushed from getting my coffee. Let's share the next slides. Okay. All right, everyone. Hopefully we're all good to go. Great. Yeah, I think everyone's back. Thank you, Merrick. Perfect. Thanks, Chelsea. Looks like everyone's back. So let's make a start with this next part of the training. So let's have a look at the learning objectives for this section. So hopefully by the end of today, we'll see how we go, everyone. But again, no worries at all if we do just move some of the training later today to tomorrow, but we'll see how we go. But hopefully by the end of this section, you'll be able to confidently assess a participant's smoking behaviour and readiness to quit, be able to tailor support to each individual participant's needs, be able to deliver safe and effective behavioural intervention techniques, accurately record and monitor participant progress, and understand the benefits and effective use of group interventions. So those are the key objectives for today. Okay, we're going to start off today's session by just having a bit of an overview of service delivery. Okay, so we're going to have a look at our service offer first. First question to all of you. It would be great to have all of our new stop smoking practitioners sharing either in the chat or over the microphone something that you're really looking forward to in your role. So yeah, just a bit of an open question to you all. What have you maybe learned over the past few weeks, or is there anything in particular that you're looking forward to when you get stuck into delivering appointments and delivering sessions? If anyone feels brave enough to kind of share any thoughts, feel free to either type in the chat or share over the microphone.
I think I would just say generally just like supporting people make those meaningful changes. And I think with these training that we've done, I feel like really prepared. It's been quite detailed, and I feel much more ready to kind of like provide that support as well for them, and to help them like build that confidence and understand like what their triggers are, where they are, and support them through their journey as well. And I think it's quite rewarding to see by the end of their journey, once they have made the quit, it's nice to see you've been part of that journey as well. So I think I'm really just looking forward to get started as well.
Yeah, no, that's really great, Diva. Thank you for sharing. And definitely, yeah, it's a great opportunity to get to know a kind of wide range of people, understanding, barriers to change and helping them to overcome those barriers and achieve something really excellent, because stopping smoking is a really tough thing to do. So it's a really great achievement when you support someone from day one to achieving that 4-week quit and maintaining the quit thereafter. So it's a really rewarding thing, definitely. Certainly my role, sort of our role, myself and Chelsea, as health improvement leads within the clinical excellence and service development team. Smoking cessation and tobacco dependency is a really fast moving world, that there's lots of different approaches, lots of innovation, which sometimes can be quite challenging to keep up with and to make sure things are always up to date. But it's really exciting, the fact that medications always change, different approaches to supporting people change, so it's definitely an exciting area. Of course, yeah, I won't pressure anyone else to come through, but if anyone would like to type in the chat, do feel free to share if you would like to. So as a co-member, so not as a participant, but as a co-member, where's probably the best place for you to locate information about your service? If you were to find the resources or information, where would you find information about the service? Is it the local website, the Read home page, or SharePoint and Teams. Feel free to share in the chat or over the microphone if you know the answer. Yeah, thank you too, but we'll just see if there's, I can see some typing going on, so I'll just give it a few moments. Yep, SharePoint and Teams. Yep, no, absolutely right. Right, so that's the main place. Hopefully, have you all got access to the one UKCW SharePoint file? So on Teams, yeah. So that's where you'll see all the different sets for the services that you're delivering on, from the GP notification letter to your coach guide to delivering our services to the participant resources as well. So yeah, that's definitely your main port of call. And I think you will all be with me next week on Wednesday, where we're going to go through product training, and we'll certainly be kind of going through the SharePoint and going through all of the different coach and participant resources then. If you need support, who can you go to? So service manager and or health improvement lead, who would you kind of go to support for if you needed help and advice? Cool. We've only given 2 options, so that may kind of give it away a little bit. The answer is all of us. So there is some change going on in our clinical excellence and service development team. For now, I'm the main kind of clinical lead overseeing 1U Kensington, Chelsea and Westminster, Kensington and Chelsea and Westminster, be tobacco free. But we of course do have others in the team. So Jason is at the moment, my colleague Jason McGivern, the main smoking lead for Read Wellbeing. But there is going to be some kind of change and movement around our kind of specialties moving forward. So you'll always be kind of notified who your main contact is if you need kind of clinical support moving forwards. Of course, probably your first port of call will be your service manager. So that might be at the minute, I think it's Ellie Buck and Bethany Henderson, health and wellbeing coach managers. Of course, you've got Hannah Parry and Arif as well. So always good to kind of reach out to operations people within your team first. But absolutely, you're more than welcome to directly message me over the next few months, or contact one of my colleagues if you need some clinical support as well around delivering on the service. So Read Wellbeing is currently contracted to deliver 5 stop smoking and tobacco dependency treatment services. So we have, I won't go through all of this, everyone. We've got Smoke Free Norfolk, the kind of service manager is Dan Hilbert. Essex Wellbeing Service, that's a completely remote service. We've got Leeds Stop Smoking Service led by Nikki Henderson, and we've got our most recently renewed contract, which is our Stop Smoking Service in Stoke-on-Trent, led by Steph McCurry-Winkler. Carmelina, of course, is currently the Senior Ops Manager for 1UKCW, but of course, I think both kind of Hannah Parry and Arif are both the kind of health and wellbeing managers in 1UKCW, overseeing the Be Tobacco Free service. In terms of just a bit of kind of detail in terms of 1UKCW, we'll talk about this more next week. Of course, to access your service, they need to be a resident in one of the boroughs. They need to be aged 12 and over. So that's actually quite unique in supporting young people. We do, of course, have a specific young person pathway in KCW to support people under the age of 17 or under. In most cases, we can support people who have who are either current smokers or who have not stopped smoking for more than 14 days before their first appointment. So we can people who have just recently quit to continue their support. We can also support people, of course, who come out of hospital, inpatient care, to continue their support on our services. That's the same for all stop smoking services. KCW as well is also a little bit different, where we are funded to support people using smokeless tobacco to stop using smokeless tobacco products, as well as cigarettes. Of course, participants should be committed to stopping smoking to use our service as well. So those are some of the key headliners, but we'll go through more detail when we go through the product training next week. So what's our Read Wellbeing approach? So our services aim to reduce pressure on NHS resources and costs to society by enabling participants to understand the impact of tobacco use on health and the benefits of quitting, sharing knowledge about the different forms of support available to assist participants in stopping tobacco use, and supporting participants to stay motivated with their commitment to a quit attempt. And what support do we offer? So our services are based on national guidance aligned with the NCSCT standard treatment programme, and also our services are supplemented by pharmacotherapy, including nicotine replacement treatment, e-cigarettes, and prescription-only medications. So yeah. And in terms of what we can offer on our services can pick from a range of these different approaches and tools. So in some of our services, we can offer drop-in support, a more flexible approach perhaps to capture kind of individuals who may not be, who may have unreliable kind of work commitments or changes in their schedules perhaps. We offer face-to-face or remote, so I know in your contract it's very much a hybrid approach with both face-to-face and remote delivery. We of course offer a range of tobacco dependency treatment medications. We also have a signposting database, so actually in our team we recently updated the Read Wellbeing signposting database. So of course on our sessions our priority is to help individuals to stop smoking and educate them about why that's important. Of course participants may bring other health concerns, and our role isn't to go into lots of detail regarding additional wellbeing concerns that that fall out of that main objective, but we do have a signposting database which and you can share information from that to your participants to refer them to more appropriate places to address other concerns highlighted in appointments, whether it's housing concerns, financial, mental health, and others. On some of our services, we offer online peer support. So on some of our services in the past, we've done kind of Facebook groups and moderated Facebook groups and things like that. Out of session resources, so there are participant guides that can be emailed to all of our participants, in some cases posted as well. We of course offer a range of behavior change approaches, which we'll come on to shortly. We offer provision for one-to-one and groups. We often try and have a big footprint in the community through outreach events, reaching priority populations through different initiatives, through speaking to different groups of people. We adapt interventions, so where a participant may require reasonable adjustments to access our service, whether that's adjusting, some of our resources, whether that's changing maybe the frequency that we're seeing people and things like that. Those are some of the ways in which we can adapt our intervention, and also offering digital tools. So of course, again, in Kensington, Chelsea and Westminster, we offer the My Wellbeing Hub now, which is another pathway on our Be Tobacco Free service, where it's supported by a coach at various points in the program, but a more or less a self-service digital program to support individuals to stop smoking. So that's the kind of mixture and the range of service tools that we can use in our different programs. Of course, tobacco cessation services are more effective if a range of options are available, and certainly in KCW do have quite a number of these options included within your service delivery, and we'll learn a little bit more about these as we go throughout today's session. So participant benefits. So yeah, the foundation for supporting a sustained quit is ensuring participants never feel on their own. So it's important that we offer free at the point of delivery for the duration of our program, free access to free treatment, whether that's free NRT or e-cigarettes. Of course, they do have to self-procure treatment after the program if they are continuing using treatment, but while they're on the program for 12 weeks, they can access free NRT or e-cigarettes. On some of our services, there is an online portal for resources, so that includes the My Wellbeing Hub, where participants, if they go through that program, can access the app, which will have lots of information relevant to their stage on their quit journey. Peer support. So we know that peer support and group interventions is one of the most effective approaches for tobacco cessation. Access to a range of one-to-one and group coaching. So some people may feel anxious in group scenarios, so may prefer one-to-one support. So making sure there's choice is really important. Mixture of telephone and remote support as well. Of course, there are kind of pros and cons to face-to-face versus remote, but of course, you know, in the last 5 years, you know, everything more or less has moved to telephone support, and it has actually been quite challenging to go back to face-to-face. Of course, telephone support for most people is incredibly convenient and maybe easier to access than some face-to-face provision. Extended support where needed. So of course, in all of our services, we do have our kind of standard program, but there will be some populations we'll talk about later that may warrant or require, with the approval of our service managers, extended support where needed. And support in local venues. So it is important that even though we offer mostly telephone support on our services, that we do have a footprint in, you know, focal points of the community, whether that's community centres, GP surgeries, and other community venues as well. So for participants to get the most benefit out of our services, it's important that we offer a range of these tools as well. This is the basic treatment program for our services, everyone. So, of course, participants will mostly self-refer into our services, but in some cases may also be referred by their GP, midwife, or another healthcare professional. The brief assessment questionnaire will be completed by our program support service. This is where we gather, you know, important participant data, including their personal details, including their GP surgery, and their current smoking habits and readiness to quit as well. Of course, what will follow after that is the initial appointment. That's the first time you'll be in contact with a participant on the journey, and that's where you'll go through an introduction of the program. You'll assess motivation for quitting, readiness and commitment to quit. You'll talk about the key elements of the program, the abrupt cessation approach, the not a single puff rule, and work with the participant to find the most appropriate treatment for them. What will often follow is a quit date preparation session. So rarely will participants quit straight away after the initial appointment. They may either wait until this quit date preparation session, or particularly if they're using prescription-only medications, they'll have started treatment and will be, maybe a few days away from their quit at the second appointment with you. That's where we're, making sure they've got a plan to quit on the quit date that hopefully they identified on the initial appointment, making sure the treatment is going okay, no adverse reactions, and, making sure they're developing coping mechanisms as well. Hopefully, once they've quit, there'll be a few support sessions to support them during their first weeks of being quit, reaffirming the not a single puff rule, reviewing potential high-risk situations that could sabotage their quit in the future. Then we will offer a 4-week quit review. So that's where we assess someone's quit status between 25 and 42 days post quit date. A really important milestone that when individuals reach and are successful, are much more likely to maintain their quit in the future. And depending on the length of the program, there may be some support sessions until the exit point. I know on KCW, I think I'm correct in saying that the program is 12 weeks long, so they can receive up to 12 weeks of support. And usually we'll follow up on participants 12 weeks post quit date, 26 weeks, 24, 26 weeks post quit date, and 52 weeks post quit date. So we will have those follow-up calls as well. Again, we'll go through the participant journey on KCW in more detail next week, but this is the kind of recommendation from NCSCT for the basic general participant journey. Of course, a really important part of our services is being able to supply pharmacotherapy, tobacco cessation medications. And nicotine replacement therapy is, of course, one of the main treatments that we'll provide, and NRT is classified under the general sales list. There are kind of two main ways in which we offer NRT. I think the only way that we offer NRT in KCW is through direct supply. So two main companies we work with are MK Medical or Sigma, where we send a request through, often via Orion, to these companies, or there's a separate ordering form where we order the treatment directly through these companies and they post the treatment direct to our participants. So that's the most frequent way that we supply NRT. Some of our services use a voucher scheme where they can redeem NRT through vouchers at their local pharmacy, but for KCW it's mainly direct supply, and we don't do patient group direction for NRT. For supply of e-cigarettes, we've already mentioned this, haven't we? So we use the voucher approach for e-cigarettes. So on our services, generally participants are eligible for 3 £25 vouchers, and they can be redeemed at either Totally Wicked or Evapo vape shops. The first voucher is issued at commitment to quit at the initial appointment. Second voucher after a successful quit. Third voucher, successful 4-week assessment. Either participants can either take their code to directly to a vape shop to redeem in person, or they can remotely order over the phone as well. Again, operations will probably know more than me in terms of how it specifically works in KCW, but that's the general principle. Okay, of course, we have briefly touched on the importance of this in the previous set of slides yesterday and this morning, but of course it's really important that we do all we can to ensure that we deliver effective interventions that are clinically safe. Okay, what do we need to monitor when providing treatment to participants. So what sort of things do we need to ask? What sort of information do we need to gather when considering providing a tobacco cessation treatment to participants? Do take a few moments to have a think, and feel free to share in the chat. This is not only before providing treatment for the first time, but this is also monitoring when they're taking the treatment. So what sort of things do we need to monitor and make sure it's going okay when they're actually taking the treatment as well? I'll just give you a few moments to have a think. I'll go through the main ones, but if anyone does have any additional points to add, do feel free to type in the chat. So, of course, when someone is taking treatment, we should monitor side effects and adverse reactions. Adverse reactions to NRT, prescription-only medications, and e-cigarettes are usually mild, maybe either kind of skin or throat irritation, and often are due to the inaccurate method of use. However, for intolerable effects, we should encourage participants to stop treatment, and we should complete an incident report. We're going to come on to that next. We should discuss alternative treatment options with a participant and signpost to a GP if related to a prescription-only medication, and follow up on any changes. We should also monitor dosage and frequency of treatment. So in regard to NRT, it's recommended to be requested as a combination therapy and can be changed if participants experience intolerable side effects. Should not be prescribed beyond 2 weeks supply. So that basically means we shouldn't prescribe more than 2 weeks at a time of treatment. So that would be no more than 2 boxes of patches at one time. No more treatment than what participants should require for 2 weeks. And shouldn't be prescribed for longer than 12 weeks unless agreed with the service manager. So again, maximum 12 weeks of treatment on 1 U Kingston, Chelsea and Westminster. If there's any reason why you think treatment should be requested for a longer period of time for a participant, that should only happen if agreed with a service manager. Okay. And absolutely, as Tuba mentioned, other medications. So we spoke yesterday about monitoring medication before requesting treatment, but even when someone is taking medication, we should monitor any changes to other prescribed medications. So of course, over the course of 12 weeks, you know, that there's absolutely a good chance that there may be changes to prescribed medication. So it's important to ask participants at each session if there are any changes, such as a change to the dosage or a new or stopped medication. Okay, so those are things that we should monitor. Let's move on to incident reporting now. And this is really important in identifying, recording and managing adverse events or near misses on our services. Why is it important to record and report incidents? So this may be the first time that you're hearing that we do have an incident reporting procedure on our services. Would anyone know why we have an incident reporting procedure? Why is it important that if we are here, for example, any kind of adverse reactions to treatment from our participant, why is it important that we have a way of recording those incidents? I can see some typing, so I'll just pause a few moments. Yeah, that's really interesting, Vanessa, to keep a record and also to inform anyone else who works with that participant. So I suppose we're talking about kind of continuity of care, maybe. So, you know, of course, in terms of clinical incidents, we wouldn't always put some great detail in participant notes, but we would maybe mention in participant notes of an appointment that an incident has been reported. So that would hopefully trigger, if that appointment is being covered by anyone, that practitioner to ask the question to either the participant or other co-members to understand if there's anything that they need to be aware of when supporting that participant in the future. So that's a really interesting point. Merrick, to make sure you're covered. So, you know, obviously it's duty of care and taking responsibility and best practice to kind of identify when incidents happened and things like that. It's important to say that whenever we receive incidents coming through, so whenever I dealt with clinical incidents, we only go through and resolve those incidents in a kind of non-judgmental root cause analysis approach, where, you know, of course there are lots of things that happen which, you know, we can't control and things like that, you know, like a reaction to a treatment and things like that. So our job is simply to make sure that all the steps were followed correctly. And of course, if there's opportunity to learn, it's never a case of blaming or responsibility. It's the responsibility is always on the company, not any one individual co-member. So it's taking that opportunity for learning. Okay, so effective reporting and recording is a vital element of effective risk management and an appropriate response to any incident. Reporting clinical incidents helps to ensure participant safety and improve quality of care. So what is a clinical incident? In line with the NHS definition, a clinical incident at Reed Wellbeing is defined as any incident that occurred in relation to Reed Wellbeing services and care resulting in unexpected or avoidable death, harm or injury to a participant, carer, co-member, contractor or visitor. Harm covers any physical or psychological harm that has been caused through an act or admission on the part of Reed Wellbeing. For example, a participant advised existing medication like clozapine known to interact with stopping smoking. However, this was overlooked and their GP or medication prescriber was not notified. When the participant stopped smoking, this led to severe harm. So perhaps an increased risk of seizures. So because we didn't follow the appropriate approach in notifying their GP or medication prescriber of that clozapine, that potentially led to that adverse reaction taking place. So that would be a clinical incident due to an act or omission, something that we didn't do that led to harm to a participant. Okay. There's another type of incident that we should report as well, which is a health incident. So participants may experience adverse changes to their health and well-being, which are not due to an act or omission by Reed Wellbeing whilst participating in programs. These adverse changes may include nausea, headaches, mild anxiety, or other minor effects, which are simply due to stopping smoking tobacco or another intervention at Reed Wellbeing. And these adverse changes should be reported as a health incident. So essentially, clinical incident, harm caused by an act or omission by Reed Wellbeing, health incident, harm or side effects not due to an act or omission by Reed Wellbeing, a natural occurrence, an expected occurrence. On our services. So, for example, a participant experienced severe redness, itching and broken skin after using an NRT patch for the first time. So, of course, they're using it for the first time. We wouldn't know that that was going to happen. It's just one of those side effects that can happen. Okay. So how do you report an incident? So you can report an incident through the Together Hub, quick links, people portal, safeguarding and mental health and incident reporting form, and there's a link to the form there. I think actually it's always helpful if I actually share my screen and show you how to do it, because it also tests me in terms of remembering where it is. So if you've had safeguarding training before, it's very similar to where the safeguarding is. Great, I can see some nods, which is excellent. Let me just share my screen. So I'm going to go onto the Together Hub now, where everything kind of starts from. Apologies, I've got a few tabs open, so it may just take a little bit of time. So yeah, I think I'm going to go quick links. Yeah, I am. Then I'm going to go people portal. I'm going to log in. I'm going to move down, and if it's in the right place, this is always a good challenge. My health and safety, policy reporting and training, that I think is the one, and accident and incident reporting. Yeah, I think we're there. Again, log in. And yeah, this is where you complete the incident. So you fill in the details, and depending on the type of incident that you choose, it will guide you in terms of the things that you include there. So hopefully that's okay, just to kind of visualize that site map almost of getting to the clinical incident form. Let's go back to the presentation. Okay. So yeah, it's important to say that when you identify a clinical incident, not to work on your own with this. Okay, it's really important that where a clinical health incident is identified, that you alert your manager for advice and complete the incident reporting within 24 hours of occurrence. So it's really important that we are quite quick with it. So at your next break, or towards the end of the day, or at the latest the following morning, complete that clinical incident form. Your manager is responsible for supporting you with managing the clinical and health incident and alerting clinical excellence, or the contract manager as soon as reasonably possible. Once you submit the form, we at the clinical excellence team will receive a copy of that report of the form, and we will acknowledge the receipt of the incident within 2 to 3 working days, and provide support as necessary until the incident has been satisfactorily resolved. And very occasionally we may contact you or your manager for further information if we need to. More often than not, because when I was responsible for clinical incidents, often it would be, quite common side effects from treatment, and the only action would be, again, to just make sure that the care is appropriate with that participant moving forwards, maybe looking at other options, and the only action was to report the side effect on the yellow card MHRA reporting scheme, which I'll come on to very shortly. So often there isn't too much we need to do, but of course it provides a really important opportunity to make sure all the processes are in place, that the appropriate processes were followed, and provide a learning opportunity if needed. Okay. At the moment, key, obviously you can contact me, that's absolutely fine, but main contacts for smoking cessation clinical incidents would be Lisa McGinn, my colleague, our clinical assurance specialist, who who's kind of really in charge of this process. So Lisa's a really great one to contact if you've got any questions about this process, or Jason McGivern, who's currently the smoking cessation clinical lead at Reed Wellbeing. Or you can contact our kind of group, our team email address as well. For all other incident types, including safeguarding and things like that, you should contact your manager or Dave Coyle, who's the Health and Safety and Safeguarding lead at Reed and Partnership. Okay. Any questions there regarding incident reporting? No, all good. Just a bit of a quiz, everyone. I'm going to provide 3 scenarios, and I'd like you to identify whether the scenario is an example of a clinical or health incident. Okay. So the first one, participant complains of nausea or lightheadedness after commencing nicotine replacement treatment. Do we think that's a health or clinical incident? So again, clinical incident occurs in relation to Reed Wellbeing Services and Care, an act or omission. Health incident is not due to act or omission by Reed Wellbeing. So yeah, Vanessa going with health, Merrick, health. Yeah, everyone's going with health. Excellent. You're absolutely right. So the first one is a health incident. Next, participant advises they have not received their nicotine replacement treatment order. Is that a health or a clinical incident? Yeah, so everyone's going with clinical for now. Just give a few more seconds. Obviously, in this scenario, we might think about, how this might impact the participant experience, the participant's health. So this would actually be classed as a clinical incident, okay, because we've committed to the participant that following their appointment with us, we're going to provide them with NRT, and the NRT is there to support them in quitting smoking cessation. So if the treatment doesn't arrive on time or as expected, then as a result of a process that we may be responsible for, they are having their quit attempt delayed, and of course that's going to be having an impact on their health and finances and things like that. So that will be a clinical incident and an important opportunity for us to review how we're requesting treatment, any processes that may be going amiss there. So yeah, that will be a clinical incident. And next, participant has had a reaction to nicotine replacement medication. Is that clinical or health? Yeah, I'm not sure if that was different before. Last time I delivered training, it's actually very similar to the first one, but absolutely right. It's health. It's not suggesting anything was missed from the treatment assessment form. It's not suggesting that they tried that medication previously and had an allergic reaction. So yeah, we would assume that would be a health incident. Yeah, absolutely right. I'm not going to go through these frequently asked questions, but if anyone does want to review this afterwards from the slides, you will be more than welcome to review these questions. So it's important to say that, oh, sorry, Vanessa, yeah, you've got your hand up, yeah.
Sorry, Dale, quick question. I just wanted to know, has there been a time when it's overlapped, so it's been a health and a clinical incident?
Good question. Yeah, I'm not too sure, actually. I suppose whenever we are kind of resolving incidents, then again, what I suppose we have to do to determine whether it's just a simple health incident or clinical incident, is always follow that kind of root cause analysis in terms of identifying the contributing factors towards that incident, and then making a judgment as to whether the processes were correct and everything was followed, or whether it was just a kind of natural thing. So, you know, there definitely have been occasions where it's probably been, you know, hard to determine whether that was a health or clinical incident. So yeah, there may be some cases where, you know, it's a kind of a bit of both sort of thing. But I suppose any time where there's a opportunity to learn, we would advise that's probably a clinical incident, because that's something that we can take the opportunity to improve our services moving forwards and hopefully reduce the likelihood of that incident occurring in the future. If it's, you know, just a health incident, then, you know, often there isn't too much learning required, and it's kind of an expected kind of thing to occur, sort of thing. So yeah, I suppose it's good to know the kind of definitions of health or clinical incidents, but you know, it's just important to say that if anything falls within those categories, please do report it. We would rather over-reporting than under-reporting. So if you just have an inkling that, oh gosh, this may be something worth reporting, do it, go for it. Again, there's no blame in this. It's a non-judgmental approach, and it could just be, you know, thank you for your report, no further action needed. We would rather more of those rather than thinking that people are under-reporting. So yeah, I've probably gone around the houses with that answer. Sorry, Vanessa,
okay.
but hopefully that helps. Yeah.
So, for example, if something was missed, and then as a result of that, a participant had a reaction or something, what would that go down as?
Clinical incident. Yeah.
Clinical. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Definitely. Yeah. Really good question. So yeah, the yellow card system scheme is a UK system for collecting and monitoring information on adverse drug interactions, e-cigarettes, medical devices and other products. It allows the safety of medicines and vaccines on the market to be monitored, provides early warning on the safety of a medication or medical device, which may require further investigation. It collects information on suspected problems or incidents involving side effects, medical device adverse incidents, defective medicines, counterfeit or fake medicines or medical devices, and safety concerns for e-cigarettes or their refill containers or e-liquids. And the MHRA will review the issue and, if necessary, take action to minimise risk and maximise benefits. So again, if you identify a significant side effect from a medication, we do recommend that it's reported via the yellow card reporting system online. I'll add a link into it before, but it's important to say that as practitioners or health professionals, it's not only us that can do this. Participants can also do this. This is for the general population. So, for example, if I took some ibuprofen tomorrow and I identified some kind of shivering or things like that, then I could take kind of responsibility to record that as a side effect of or suspected side effect of that medication on the yellow card reporting site. So it's a good habit to get into, and it just adds to the pool of information we have about the medications and risks and potential side effects. So yeah, that's pretty much everything, I think, in terms of incident reporting, finishing there on the yellow card reporting system. If anyone's got any questions, do feel free to share. Otherwise, we'll move on to just a few more points around professional practice. Okay. So record keeping is really important. You know, we do hold kind of personal data of participants on our systems, and of course when we're conducting our appointments, we do gather lots of information, so it's important that we do follow appropriate kind of record keeping best practice to ensure that the notes that we keep are appropriate, clear, and ensure that we're delivering the best service possible to our participants. What is the importance of good record keeping? I think I've answered that question to an extent. So continuity of care, there'll be lots of occasions where you may be covering appointments for someone, whether it's annual leave and things like that. So the notes that we keep for our appointments should be super clear, so that if someone else was to view that participant record, they would know within seconds what's going on with that participant, what's the likely next step for that participant. So continuity of care is really important. Participant safety, so it's really important that notes are accurate, concise, and reflect the appointments and communication that have taken place. For audit and research, so on as regular basis as possible, the clinical excellence team conduct audits of our services, and that will often involve doing caseload reviews. So it's important for making sure that we know what's being delivered follows the guidelines, the standard treatment program for audit and research. And also legal obligation. So we have a legal obligation to record participant information and treatment as well. So case notes should describe, things like concurrent medication someone may be taking, different side effects, withdrawal symptoms, barriers to abstinence, and other relevant information to give a clear overview of the participant's experience and journey. I'm going to show you below some examples of case notes. Actually, this isn't a case note of an appointment, but these are examples of dialogue. So this may be communication between a participant and a program support advisor. So what I'd like you to do is identify which one of these is not an acceptable case note. So these are all very kind of basic dialogue. So this is just a conversation between a participant and the program support advisor to book, to refer onto the service and book their first appointment. Which of these would be the kind of least acceptable? There are admittedly lots of acronyms and things like that, which ideally we do want to kind of get away from, because for some people they may not understand what these acronyms stand for. But would anyone like to suggest which of these dialogue notes is the least appropriate for good kind of record keeping? So the first one we've got: spoke to PT participant in regard to referral for BSF, be smoke free, confirmed contact preferences, read, sent informed consent, and advised of waiting time. The middle, we've got called PT to rearrange app appointment, appointment sent text, appointment text sent. And then we've got call PT regarding Excel referral, telephone referral for Be Smoke Free, completed brief assessment questionnaire, appointment text, and informed consent sent. So which one of these, A, B, or C, let's treat these as from top to bottom, which of these would be the least appropriate? Yeah. I think personally, all of these should be improved actually, but you're absolutely right. B, it doesn't offer the information that we need. It's important to, really lay out plainly, what has been covered in that interaction, no matter how simple. So, there's no detail on whether, whether informed consent was completed. There's no information in terms of when they might expect that next appointment to be, and things like that. So we do want to get away from those really concise dialogues. And again, we don't want to be writing novels with our notes and things like that, but again, it should be an accurate and full kind of evidence of what was discussed within a particular interaction. What would be better for this case would be phone call, successful, completed telephone call with participant to book an initial appointment for Be Smoke Free, booked for remote video call on date at time, and text sent to confirm. That would be a much better way of doing that. And again, this is what PSS would likely do, but again, the kind of principles apply to everyone. So professional practice, of course, when we are delivering our appointments, our services, it's important to recognise that we represent Reed Wellbeing, and you may be aware of some of our values. So it's important to consider how we can link our values to our practice in our smoking cessation appointments. So in terms of being fair, open and honest, it's important that we treat everyone non-judgmentally with fairness and respect. We act with integrity, so we follow the guidelines, we keep to the program, we're truthful and trustworthy and things like that, and we're true to our commitments. So if we say that participants are going to receive treatment within a week, hopefully they're going to receive treatment within a week. If we're going to book an appointment next week, we're going to deliver that appointment next week, things like that. We take ownership, so we respond swiftly to execute our promises. So that's all about, I suppose, kind of fulfilling our responsibilities, our tasks within a clinic, within appointments, efficiently and as quickly as possible. We take responsibility for providing solutions, and we hold ourselves accountable for our actions. So that's, taking responsibility to report incidents when incidents are highlighted. That's, really important to follow. And then we work together. So it's important that we work in partnership and build sustainable, trusted relationships. It takes teamwork to support someone to quit smoking, so it's important that we work together with participants to help them stop smoking. It's important that we work with our colleagues, our co-members, wherever we may need advice and things like that. We work with external health professionals where they need to be notified of something that we identify within our sessions. We value a diverse workforce and respect the contributions of all, and we support our participants in achieving their goals. So those are some points around how we link our Reed in partnership Reed Wellbeing values to our practice. And what we've got on the right hand side is an infographic showing our 5 pillars of clinical governance that we base our delivery, that we should base our delivery of effective health improvement services on as well. So I'll just go through a few of these. We've already spoken about adverse event and clinical risk management. Really important to ensure that we respond appropriately to adverse events, follow a non-judgmental root cause analysis approach, and use opportunities for learning to update guidance if needed and things like that. In terms of clinical effectiveness, making sure that we are offering advice and support that works, making sure that our services are tailored to helping our participants achieve their goals and are able to be in the best position to be able to do so. Person-centeredness, this is all about tailoring our support to each individual and being really clear that decisions that a participant makes on our services should come from the participant, and we should respect our participants' opinions and advice. Of course, we can offer the really important advice around eligibility of a medication and things like that, but it's important that we respect an individual's preferences and how they would like to be treated and supported on our programs. Continuous improvements, so through audits and evaluation, through regularly reviewing our services, it's important that, we don't stand still and continuously improve our services moving forwards, and also have staff focus. So all of our teams, all of you and other co-members are experts in delivering smoking cessation, in health improvement and other factors. So it's important that whenever we make changes to our delivery, I'm working on a bit of a kind of improvement project with KCW right now. It's important that I keep, for example, you and the operational teams at KCW at the heart of all solutions. Often the best solutions come from the people working on our services, rather than, us as a kind of health improvement team and things like that. So it's important that we keep co-members and staff at the heart of everything that we do, and often, at the heart of solutions and improvements to our services as well. It's important that we listen to you as well in regard to what's going well with our services, what's not going as well, and what we can do to improve them as well. Okay, so that's a little bit on professional practice and clinical governance. Okay. Does anyone have any questions about anything that we've mentioned there at all? No. Okay. So I think we're at a really good place to pause for lunch, everyone. So we're going to move on to assessment next, which is a relatively shorter section, and then we'll move on to behavioural change. And I'm confident that we'll be able to get through most, if not all, of that this afternoon. So I propose a similar break to yesterday. So we have finished before 12, but still, I think we'll break until 1 o'clock, if that's okay with everyone. So hopefully just over an hour to catch up on everything you may need to. And obviously, if you would like to ask me any questions, I'll hang on if anyone does. Otherwise, hopefully a good time to have a proper break and rest from the training. So thank you everyone for this morning, as ever. Again, do let me know if you've got any questions. Otherwise, see you all back at 1 o'clock. Okay, thanks everyone.
Thank you.
Everyone. Hopefully we're starting to come back from that break for lunch. I'll just give it a few moments just so I've got an indication that we've got everyone back. Welcome back, Vanessa. Hi,
Yeah, I'm here
Chelsea.
as well.
Hi, Tuba. Great stuff. Great stuff. Let's make a start with this next part of the session. So, this afternoon we are going to be focusing on delivering a person-centered assessment first. Firstly, focus on someone's readiness to quit. After that, we'll have a look at assessing levels of dependency. And then after that, we'll have a look at best practice around behavior change tools and communication techniques to be used in tobacco cessation services. So let's make a start. Again, just a few warm-up questions to ease us into this afternoon's training. Would anyone like to have a guess? Which stage